Recording in progress.
One in three girls in the United States is a victim of physical, emotional, or verbal abuse.
81% of parents believe teen dating violence is not an issue.
All genders, female, males, and transgender, can be a victim too.
If you notice any sign of an unhealthy relationship, stop and do something.
Stop teen dating violence.
Teen dating violence. Teen dating violence is the physical or sexual abuse within a dating relationship. This girl was abused by her partner. She was hurt physically and helpless. There is no one she could turn to. She was all alone. She didn't have the confidence to speak up for herself. So please, speak up and take a stand. Stop teen dating violence and break the silence. With any questions, please call American Alliance 699-0272 and Blue Sky 699-2759. Thank you for watching.
Talofa America Samoa, the COVID vaccines are here. Having a vaccine available is a really important step in ending the pandemic, and we have two types of vaccines here now, but they won't do any good stuck in a freezer. I know some people are worried that these new vaccines might need more study, but the data has shown that they're both safe and effective. Millions of healthcare workers have already gotten their 2 doses. You also may have heard about people feeling a bit sick after getting their COVID vaccine, but please don't let that deter you. The vaccine is designed to train your immune system to fight off COVID. Side effects don't last that long, and there's no virus in the vaccine and no preservatives to worry about either. Soon, it's going to be your turn. So get your questions answered now and be ready to line up as soon as you're able. We don't want you to miss out on your shot.
Hey, how was bingo?
It was like,
What happened?
I was in with the girl. Everything was working fine, but then she just stopped.
Man, she didn't even want you.
No, she did.
Did she
I
say
know.
no?
Yeah, but
Man, no always means no. Watch. Dad, come here fast. Tell him.
Right, check it, Uncle. I was in it with the girl, and we just got caught up in the moment.
Hold on a moment. No always means no. And yes does not always mean yes.
But her body language.
You need to respect that girl's choices. She's got the right to say no at any time.
What if her body language says yes?
No consent is no consent.
Maquia.
Okay, security is asking for 679F as in Foxtrot.
But what happens
Whoever
when it
owns the
becomes-
truck, they're blocking the walkway. If that truck belongs to anyone here, please move your truck. Thank you.
Too much. It's really important to be aware of the signs of unhealthy stress. This month, the Alliance and its health partners are going to share with you what we call Mental Health Minute American Samoa. In a minute, we ask you to keep in mind the following things. Have you noticed any big changes in your thinking, mood, and daily activities? Some of the signs of these changes can be your sleep patterns, not sleeping enough, or are you sleeping too much? Are your thoughts racing? Your eating patterns. Have you noticed you're not eating, or you're eating more than you have before? Your moods. Are you finding yourself getting easily irritated or angry? Are you feeling sad or down more? Your interest. Are you not interested in things you used to enjoy, like reading, watching movies, spending time with friends and family? Your body. Are you feeling more physical pain or getting sick more often? If you notice that there are changes, stay tuned to see some helpful tips. Everyone is different, and some of these things may not apply to you. Remember, awareness is the first step to overall wellness. This is your Mental Health Minute American Samoa.
All right, everybody, please continue to enjoy your breakfast. All we're waiting for is our speakers, and then we'll get the show started. All right? Thank you.
Love shouldn't hurt. Domestic violence is not physical violence alone.
Domestic violence is any behavior with the purpose to gain power
and control over a spouse, partner, girlfriend, boyfriend, or intimate family member.
Abuse is a learned behavior. It is not caused by anger, mental problems,
drugs, or alcohol, or common excuse.
Domestic violence takes many forms.
Don't I look nice, babe?
No matter how much makeup you put on, by the end of the day, you still look ugly.
Where's the beer?
There's no more.
Then get more.
Stop. I'm not in the mood. I said stop.
Okay, sorry to interrupt again.
Babe, get off. What are you doing?
Ford
Stop.
truck 697 Foxtrot. ASCC security is getting anxious about the truck blocking the walkway. So if you have a Ford truck, 697 Foxtrot is the license plate number, please move your car.
Hi, can I please wait? Have some money to go to the doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Why you gotta see the doctor for? You know that costs money? My money? Just take the Tylenol that I bought for you.
Hey, who you talking to? Remember, I know you're hiding something from me. Get up. Wash the dishes, clean the whole kitchen and back.
Love should not hurt.
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 End the silence. Stop domestic violence.
The phrase, "I work from home," used to make us picture a coupon clipping mom at her kitchen table, scissors in hand and surrounded by newspapers and color-coded envelope files, or Papa up at the crack of dawn weeding the taro patch. In reality, prior to COVID-19, only 7% of Americans enjoyed the luxury of working from home. However, since the pandemic, nationwide surveys conducted reveal that 42% of the U.S. labor force is now working from home full-time. Thanks to worldwide efforts to stem the spread of COVID-19 and its mutations, physical lockdowns or stay-at-home orders are the norm. In preparation for the inevitable first case of COVID-19,
Good morning,
in American
everyone.
Samoa.
Hopefully that truck got moved. So before we officially kick off our 2022 annual Mental Health Summit, some housekeeping rules. The restrooms here at this facility are located in the adjacent building facing this way. So if you just exit through any of the doors in the back, that building that faces you, the restrooms are located there. We ask everyone, please, your phones, either turn them off or put them on silent. We ask that in order to get the most out of this mental health summit, that you participate. And that in that participation, that you remember to be respectful of other people's opinions. And finally, the breakfast table is open for anyone who came in late. So please make your way over and grab your food. This will be the single meal of the day. So grab as much as you can. And in Samoa, we call this aing a basket. So eat up, please.
O te te tono le a mata tata pokalama le ne tai ao se vi inga man whaftai le atua. O leo te wala o tuai man whaalalo lava I lau sunga peristene. Add me Marianne Reed. Mo se tato talo a mata.
Can we get a mic handheld?
No, please can.
Our Father in heaven, we come before thee this morning with gratitude in our hearts. We're grateful to thee, Father, for this opportunity that we have to discuss matters pertaining to mental health as it affects our island. We're grateful for the individuals who have organized this function and for those who are volunteering their work and their time. We're grateful for those who are visiting us from off island. We ask that thou would provide a special blessing upon those who are presenting today. The information that is pertinent for us to move forward and progress on our small island territory. Father, we ask a blessing for those who are traveling today. As they travel, they may arrive with safety. We ask a blessing upon the meal that we will be eating, that it may provide us with the nourishment and strength that we stand in need of. We recognize thy hand in all that we have. These favors and blessings we ask it, and we do so in the sacred name of our Lord and Savior, even Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, President Reed. Talofa lavan. Malo le soifua maua ma le langi ma le mamalu man pa ia potspoto le ne aso matango fie. Man faalo alo tele o te fatulo watu. Awa oto pa ia ma oto mamalu e o oto tulanga faalupe ma oto sale avea. Susu sui iso o se fata faitaulanga. A fio lawa fionga. Sui ko vanasili fainu le lei fatu ala lima utu. A fio lawa fionga le sui Washingtone. We fatali a mua a mata Coleman Radwagon. Fatulo watu le mamalu e fio le malo. O matanga wenga ese o tato malo Amerika Samoa. Le mamalu wala lofi tu langa pa anga ma wo tato po kalamane. Susu mai, a fio mai, mamalu maya. O te fatulo watu foi. O le a o ia le ngangana whapera tānia mo le whafoeina o tato po kalama. Ma le whamoe le ne yaso. Talofan, good morning to all of our invited guests. Government agency, community partners, military veterans and your families, service providers, advocates, youth, and all those who come together today to learn, share, and raise community awareness about mental health in our community. Welcome and thank you for taking the time to join us today to listen, to learn, and to dialogue about such an important topic such as mental health. Hopefully over the course of the next 2 days, you will learn something new, whether it's about a service or a program you never knew was available here, or you will feel empowered to be a resource in your church, community, workplace, or village, as we work together as one community to promote easy access to mental health services and treatment, remove barriers to mental health services, and reduce stigma. With no further ado, let's get this party started.
Indeed. Are you all ready to rock? Are you all ready to rock? All right, let's talk about some mental health. We'd like to first bring up the representative for the Honorable Governor. This gentleman, I've worked with him in several capacities in government, as in-house counsel for differing organizations, as well as in the private practice. He's also been a major resource for American Samoa when it comes to cultural matters. He served on the Constitutional Convention back when I was in the governor's office. And in his capacity as the acting governor of American Samoa, I give you our Attorney General, Fainulei Falfatu Alailima Utu.
O te manatu, o mai o na pailango e le ponga o le Port Kalama. Ia pa ia ma malu au pia i le laumua o le kolisi tu pātasi o Amerika Samoa. After et foi lau sunga Reed o le tatou tāsanga a mata. Wa tofia lau tangata e whai se tautalanga pupu o le nei whunutanga tā ua o na olo malanga i atunu i whafo le fionga a le kovana le manu maunga ma le fionga le lutena kovana tala winga ale. Moli atu le whaftai le sunga il pomai Weta McCutcheon, Pāpea Pāanga, o le tape neina o le neifuntanga e tala norai au nanga. Whale le iai le soifua malolo ina o le mawhau whau o pita tuai a veterani o lo alala i Amerika Samoa. Te tau i le malo ma lo tātou atunuu. Na whātino ina so se tau tua e te so soan o pita tuai ma veterani. O wau i lātou na lātou muai o ina lo lātou soifua E pui pui ai le sa olotonga ma le file mu o tātou tangata. Pa pea tangata o Amerika a le nei laulangi. I am honored to represent Governor Lemanu at this year's Mental Health Summit. We thank the Falo Mavaenga, Eni Hunkin Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic, and federal and local partners for hosting this important event. Welcome to our friends from off island and those of you from our local community. Mental health is a very serious issue for veterans across the US. Suicide rates for veterans are alarmingly high. And so many who served our country in the military battle with post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. The COVID-19 pandemic also added to mental health for many veterans. Nowhere in the country are these issues more important than here in American Samoa, because nowhere in the country as high a percentage of military veterans as we have here. We're proud of the sacrifices that the men and women of American Samoa have made generation after generation to keep our country safe, strong, and free. But we recognize that our unusually high rate of military service comes with a cost. So many of our veterans from American Samoa have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. So many have returned with physical injuries and or mental health challenges. We must care for those veterans who gave so much for our country. I remember a brief discussion I had with Tupanga Johnny Mapu a few years ago about the difficulty of recruiting a certified psychiatrist for our local VA clinic. With our large veteran population, I hope our local VA clinic will have on site both a psychiatrist and psychologist to serve our veterans. We are a close-knit community bound together by family, culture, and church. These can be advantageous, and these can be advantages in dealing with the mental health challenges of our veterans. But often, we are not predisposed to seek mental health treatment when we need it. That's why the work that you will do here over the next, and the work that you do every day is so important. We need to constantly reach out to those who help to let them know that help is available and that there is no shame in accepting it. I'm confident this summit will help build capacity in the local community to address the mental health challenges faced by veterans and their families. On behalf of the Lemanu Talawenga administration, I extend my best wishes to the organizers, partners, and participants for a successful mental health summit. Soifua Maya Manuia de Neipuntanga.
Malo Lava, thank you very much, Acting Governor. It is with great honor that I introduce our next speaker. She is a woman with many firsts, including the first woman to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives from American Samoa, the first Republican woman of Samoan descent in Congress, and the most senior Republican elected federal office holder of Asian Pacific heritage. She serves on the House Veterans Affairs Committee in a senior role as vice ranking member of the full committee, as well as 2 subcommittees. While this may not make sense to many of residents living on island, these roles give her the opportunity to influence and impact legislation that can provide resources and improve the lives of our community, most especially our veterans. She makes it a point to travel to military installations and visit with Samoan soldiers, our Toa o Samoa and their families, to thank them for their service and ask how she can better serve their needs. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Uifatali Aumua Amata Coleman Radwagon.
Malo la ban choy fu la Ma. Thank you so much to Dr. McCutcheon for this invitation to greet you and this opportunity to extend my best wishes for a productive summit with the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Palomavaenga Eni Pa'awa'a Hankin VA Clinic that serves our American Samoa veterans. It's good to know of your focus and determination on these important issues for our people and those who served. In recent years, certain mental health needs have either grown or society has become more aware of them. We know that such health needs as anxiety, depression, and insomnia can be related to each other. In fact, one leading to the other. We know that these have internal factors, nutritional factors, and external factors such as financial worries or past trauma. We know our veterans have faced such trauma as they answered the country's call. And we have a national commitment to provide services that truly help their quality of life. We know that the need for mental health services can happen to anyone, and that left unchecked or untreated, or too often even undiagnosed, that's when the need can grow. The results can be tragic: loss of jobs, loss of relationships, and even suicide or suicidal thoughts. While there are situational and statistical differences between big cities and quiet rural neighborhoods, we know American Samoa is not immune to those needs. We can encourage our people to take full advantage of our healthy access to outdoors and sunshine, the beauty of our islands, and the nutrients in fresh fruits. But there's always a place for professional medical assistance and counseling and personal support from all of us. The United States has made progress in recognizing mental health struggles, and especially the effort to reduce stigma. We all agree a health issue should never be stigmatized. We know that mental health is a health issue every bit as much as a physical injury that our eyes can see. I'm delighted your summit is putting the spotlight on these important topics. We all have much to learn. We need to provide the latest research and guidance to our medical professionals, support to patients, and information to those of us who need to recognize the signs in loved ones and then know where to turn. I will always support resources in Washington for our healthcare and VA services. As the scripture says, may we abide in faith, hope, and love, and may God guide you as you work together on these health needs. Whakataitele soifua maia manuia.
Thank you to the Congresswoman. Next, we
Ea
have
lava ona o mua I whatulo iau tapu mausa, le atu nuu tō fia o e whaafonga tapuai, tulo lava, tā lofa lava. Momoli atu le, whaatai I lau sunga Dr. McCutcheon, mo le wala aulia e whaawhelua I atuai I lo tō mamalu, a tō ai ma le awanoa o te whamanuia atu, I la o tō whesila whainga o ngā, ma le matanga luenga o mata upu tau vetreni, ma le maota talavaio whale mawaenga eni whaawaa, o lo tau tuaina vetrenia Amerika Samoa. E tā ua I le iloa la o tō whaamoemoe, ma o le whautanga I nei mata upu tā ua, mo nai o tātou tangata, ma e o lo tātou tau tua ai. O mātau ina I tau sanga taluai, a lewa tupu tulanga mana o mia mo soifua malolo ina o mawhauwhau, o tupu silfia la tunu o nei tulanga, o tātou silfia o nei tulanga e pei o le pole vale, atu vale, mal whaingatā o na maua se moe so tai. Po ngai mai il tasi leisi. O tātou I loa o nei tulanga, e mawhai o na po ngai mai tonu o le tangata, tūlanga o mea tau mawha, a toa ai manisi tū mai whafo, e pei o le popole e mafua pe a wha le tonu wha soa. Po se tūlanga ma tū ia sa whianga iai I tuanai. O tātou silfia na ia tātou vetreni sa whiangai ma nei tūlanga pangatia a o lātou tali I le pala au le malo tele. Ma e iai le patawhaioi a I tātou o le malo ina ia tausia I lātou tautua le lei ai le tūlanga o lo lātou soifua. O tātou I loa foi e mawhai o na tupu I so stasi le mana o mia o tūlanga e tausi ai le soifua malo lo ino le mawhauwhau. Ma a le ilo ina pe tonga fitia pe tele foi ina leva aia se fomai. O ina e tupu ai le mana o mia o se whaatatau. E mawhai o na te le a whaina. Wha le tonu ngaluenga mo tusia mawhtanga ma o lava il pule I le ola. Pe o ai la ngona I pule ai le ola. E ui olo o iai esenga I tūlanga ma whaamaumaunga I le vā o ai tele manuu laiti. O tātou I loa e mawhai o na tupu foi nei tūlanga I Amerika Samoa. E mawhai o na tātou na ia o tātou tangata. E wha o ngā tatau le sio manga ma le la. Le mata mātango fie o nai o tātou motu. A tō ma le lei. E maua I whala au. Aina sumalie. Ai ai pea foi I le avanoa mo se sosoani mai fo mai whapitoa. Ma whaupuanga. A toa ma le lango sua mai a te I tātou umalava. Wau inuma le tau mawhai o le United States. Ina ia I loa mawhatianga I le soifuanga malolo ina o le mawhauwhau. Ai mai se lava tau mawhainga e whaatitia le whaalumaina o na ohia tūlanga. E au umalava I tātou e le te tau o na whailonga ina se whaale tonu o no se ngase. O tātou e loa o le soifua malolo ina o le mawhauwhau. A whaale tonu e avea ma ngase. E tutusa lava ma le a whaina o se tu tino e mawhai o na waaia. E ia te au le anganga fia. Ona o loo whaataua I la o tō whisila whainga nei ma tā upu tāua tele. Tele pea tūlanga e ao o na o ina ai tātou uma. E mana o mia tātou tu ina atu o mau mai suenga lata mai. Ma ta iala I a tātou fō mai. Lango sua I e o ngase. Whaapea whamatalanga I a te I tātou o loo mana o mia o na iloa whailonga mai e pele I a tātou o loo ngase. Mai loa tonu la sanga e te tau o na uia. E pei o la le tusi. E tū mau I tātou le whaatuatua. Ma le whaamoemoe. Ma le alofa. I tau tai o tō e le atua I o tō whaiva. A o sa ili fofo mo nei ngase. Whaptai soifua ma ia manuia.
Amalo mafaftai la muo wasinkonge mayam Samoa. Our next speaker has over 30 years of experience in the VA and military health systems. He was part of the leadership that saw the first fully integrated DoD and VA healthcare facility, the James Lovell Federal Healthcare Center. He was the 36th Surgeon General of the US Navy and has led a team of 63,000 Navy medicine personnel comprising 220 plus healthcare facilities all over the world. We like to present special remarks by Dr. Adam Robinson, Director of the VA Pacific Island Healthcare System.
Talofa. I'm Dr. Adam Robinson, Director of the VA Pacific Islands Healthcare System. Thank you to everyone present from veterans and their families to service providers and general community members. American Samoa has a long tradition of military service. It consistently ranks as the #1 Army recruiting station in the world. Honorable Governor Leimanu Pelete Mauna is a proud veteran himself, commissioned as a major in the United States Army, and the Honorable Congresswoman Aumua Amata is a staunch advocate for veterans. As we are seeing more of our military service members return, we at the VA Pacific Islands healthcare system want to emphasize the importance of living our VA I-Care core values of integrity, commitment, advocacy, respect, and excellence through community collaborations such as this summit. This is the 3rd mental health summit hosted in collaboration between VA and local community partners. The COVID-19 pandemic brought to light many challenges. However, it also brought to light innovative ways to help support our veterans and family members, including increased telehealth capacity and programs such as Whole Health, which will be discussed more later. There is a saying in the Samoan culture that the path to leadership is through service, and we take that seriously here in the VA. We recognize the importance of community collaborations to ensure access to the best possible care and resources for veterans and their families. The VA looks forward to continued collaborations in the future. Fa'afetai tele lava to everyone who put this summit together. To the American Samoa VA community-based outpatient clinic staff for all their hard work every day, and especially to Dr. Huerta McCutcheon for coordinating this mental health summit. Have a great summit, and thank you very much.
To give us an idea of what the next 2 days the American Samoa Mental Health Summit has in store for us is the lady who has been the driving force behind putting this event together for the past 3 years. Her passion and commitment about mental health is unparalleled. We lovingly call her a busy bee because she cannot sit still, in case you haven't noticed. Other than being a clinical psychologist at the Faleo Mavainga Eni Hunkin Community Outpatient Clinic in American Samoa, she invests her personal time and energy in supporting her church youth and advocating for mental health through her many roles on community boards and nonprofit groups. And during her free time, she provides pro bono training and education in and around the community, answering the call to serve. Please help me welcome a true champion for mental health, Dr. Huerta Bonita Thompson McCutcheon.
I promise I didn't pay her to say all that. Ayaw te tu lai malefai te te. E whasoa tui mo mawhaalangona sa whasoa I whana ulang love. Mae sa awai ile Youth Mental Health Pre-Summit sa whai ile asto na isa mawai. Ai whamalulu atu. One filongia ia le tato mafutanga ne taiao. Ole ali liu atu ile ngana whaperta ni ai whamatala tu fo'i asoa. Ya, maunga fo'i au to talanoanga o aso ye. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to our 3rd annual Mental Health Summit in American Samoa. Can we get a woohoo? So if you can't tell, I'm usually on behind the scenes, but I really wanted to give you all an overview of what's been going on and how this summit has evolved over the years. This is actually our 4th, but 3rd with VA Mental Health Summit. Based on what happened last year, we had received feedback on doing a separate youth mental health pre. And so the partners got together. We have amazing planning partners and decided to have some for youth by youth. And so before I get into some of the topics that were discussed really briefly, because of our youth presenters and organizers were actually there, so if I can have them stand up, please. And just be recognized. Yes, Mariah and Carolyn and Emma. Yes. So I wanted to make sure and make it a point to recognize our youth because they are the ones that will be taking over and taking the reins when we all decide to retire at some point. And so I wanted to just give you a brief overview of what was discussed. We had a lot of great discussion around research that's being conducted by our people for our people. And around what Leema Hunt, Joshua Nasseri, and Emma Mew had discussed were some of the mental health challenges or issues, understanding what is happening amongst our youth in American Samoa. And so some of the key factors that came from their focus groups was that some of the things that are influencing mental health for our youth, pressure, meaning feeling like there's too many responsibilities placed on them, aside from the regular fi'aus that we do, right? Pressure to make the family proud. So these are pressures internally and externally. Feeling like the youth have no voice. Even when we do youth events, are they the ones in the front or are there other people that are doing that? Family and home dynamics, fights, physical punishment, not enough time with parents, social media, things like bullying, constantly comparing themselves to others, and sexual abuse were some of the prominent issues that were identified by our youth who were participated in the focus groups. Some of the recommendations that came from that was really expanding the infrastructure. What are we investing our money in terms of mental health? Are we seeing mental health curriculums in the schools? Mental health awareness and stigma reduction, such as things like this, continuing to have these conversations and these dialogues are really important. And I'm very proud to see from when we first started to where we're at now, how it's continued to grow and how more and more people are talking about mental health because of you all, because of the work that you all continue to do by talking each and every day and spreading the word about mental health. It's not just us or them, it's us, it's together. Carolyn Fitisone had talked about some of the developmental assets and some of her research there, and found that the top issues that were identified by the youth that she had surveyed were suicide, drugs, pressure, depression, social media, abuse, teen pregnancy, and Samoan culture. And so I know that there's not a lot of time to be able to kind of go into the details around that, but just thinking about these issues that are being identified consistently by our youth here in American Samoa as challenges. We also had Lanea Tuiasopo talk about personal story of loss due to death by suicide and ways in which she rallied to really help promote mental health. And it's grown into this organization that's known worldwide now called Resilience Rally Foundation. And they're fundraising and they're talking about mental health, about suicide, not being afraid to say the word. And so I think that these are the types of conversations, these are the types of people, you all being here are the types of people that we want to continue to have these conversations. We also had an opportunity to heal through the arts, using a flute and discovering what it's like, what kinds of emotions come up with the different types of music. And so we asked our youth, what are some of the things that you would like to see our government, you would like to see our adults do for mental health for our youth? And so these are just a few. I know that there are lots of other things. There wasn't enough time, but some of the things that they had discussed in terms of main themes were really understanding and empathy, and having realistic expectations for ourselves, for them, understanding that they're not perfect, that it's okay to make mistakes, understanding that suicide and mental health struggles are real. And sometimes we tend to think, that's a palangi thing. That doesn't happen here in Samoa, right? But understanding that those are real. One of the other things that the youth asked for were more consistent outreaches into the churches and communities. I know that there's been some great work. The team that came from Hawaii was at Kananafo for 2 days, talking about mental health, talking about suicide, talking about intimate partner violence. And so continuing to have these discussions. Really increasing training for our family members and our school counselors. And I see some of our counselors here who are really wanting to understand what's going on with our youth. A need and an ask for government-funded mental health programs, meaning how are we incorporating mental health into our school system so that it's not something that we're just waiting until something happens. And so our youth are asking, what are some of the things that we can start to do now? The Foyle Itini Foundation currently has a Pango Softball Little League as one example of things that they are talking about, not just football, but other sports, other activities, and even yoga in the classrooms. They also had noted limited safe spaces. In what ways can we have safe spaces, whether that's at schools, whether that's at home, whether that's in our communities, to help them to be able to share, right? Bring that balloon down. So at the risk of being too long-winded, and I know you're ready to hear from all of the experts that are here today over the next couple of days, our partners came together to really try and fashion a program that hopefully not only shows you some of the effects, right? We're now coming out of COVID-19, some of the mental health impacts that have come as a result of COVID, but also what are some of the things that we can do to take care of our wellness, continue to be really resilient. And as Samoans, I truly believe we are such a resilient people. And so what can we continue to do proactively to be able to help each other? Because at the end of the day, there are 2 psychologists, 2 psychiatrists on island, but many more of all of us that can really help to make sure that we are taking care of our veterans, our family members, and ourselves. So may you have open discussions, ask questions, continue to network with one another, because that's where the change happens. I hope that we continue to have these conversations of time.
Malo, thank you very much. So very much like Ueta, this next person that we will be bringing up is also a huge advocate for mental health and everything about mental health. In the various leadership roles he holds in his professional capacity as a licensed clinical social worker, as well as his spiritual role as the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Pago Pago Westlake, since he was called to in 2016. He founded Tautua as a nonprofit organization that focuses on the research and treatment of mental health, driven by his hope to expand and provide substance abuse and mental health treatment services in our community. Please help me welcome President Adney Marion Reed to the podium.
That I've been given to be in front of you today. Unlike Dr. McCutcheon, I did pay Katie to say all those things. And so I'll make sure you get your payment for this. I want to echo just a couple of things that Dr. McCutcheon has mentioned in her remarks. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. She mentioned that our youth will eventually take over, and I agree with that. I think it's important and it's vital for us at this point in our lives, especially as mental health professionals and advocates, to train them and help reduce that stigma around mental health. However, I don't ever see Dr. McCutcheon retiring. She is a busy bee. She and I have worked together in the mental health field for a long time. I worked with her at the VA clinic for 3 years before I decided to spread my wings and go into the community and try to see if I can help out in the community. I'm grateful for her and all the work that she's done. If we can give her just a round of applause. One of the reasons I do that is that But she's asked me to cover a distressed to do. If you look around the room and you look at all the different professionals in the room today, many of you not only have your specific professional roles, but a lot of you wear other hats as well. And with that comes stress. With that comes heavy burden. With that comes times where you are sitting there struggling to figure out how you're going to get through today, how you're going to get through the next few days, maybe the next week or so. So we all put a lot on our plate thinking that we can do it. And then we look at the plate and realize, holy smokes, I don't think I can do this. Which is why it is very important that we implement these distress tolerances, because they're designed specifically to help us get through emotional situations, one moment at a time. Because one thing you can't do with your brain is you cannot tell your brain what not to do. You cannot tell your brain, don't think of a red apple, don't think of a white horse, and don't think of your Cadillac. Because what happens is you actually start thinking about those things, unless you're the only one in this room who did not think of that apple. If you are, please excuse yourself, you don't need to be here. But this distress tolerance skill is called ACCEPTS. A lot of you are probably familiar with, comes through the dialectical behavioral therapy model, and it's an acronym which stands for A is changing your activity in hopes that it distracts you from the E is we try to contribute to somebody else or something else. So if you're struggling with something now, rather than focusing on what I'm struggling on, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm just going to go and volunteer, or I'm going to reach out to somebody else. I'm going to send a message to somebody. The other C is comparison. This is more of a cognitive technique where we start thinking and comparing our situation to somebody's situation than ours, to somebody's situation who may be struggling more than we are. The other one is P technique, is where we push away. We cognitively, and we create this mental block in our mind where, okay, I'm not going to think about it, by thinking about this instead. Rather than thinking about this summit overwhelming, but really thinking just, you know what, I'm going to think about pickleball. I'm going to think about basketball. I'm going to think about something else. The T stands for thoughts. We start generating different thoughts that we know is going to, I missed the letter. Thank you. I'm glad you're paying attention. So E is doing something that's going to generate a specific emotion that's different from the one you're currently feeling. So sometimes we go into certain emotions and we're feeling sad and feeling bad about ourselves, and then we start playing slow jams because we want those emotions. The idea behind this is that we want to feel something different. Okay, we don't turn on the slow jams and like, oh, yes, because we want to feel something different. Remember, distress tolerance is getting me from this moment, past this moment, next, just for now, okay? T is going through different thoughts, thinking about something different. And then S is engaging one or all five senses. And so it's either listening to music, eating food and ice cream, which is my favorite and my go-to and my clutch for every time I'm struggling. And then the other senses, and you know what they are. So what we're going to do today is we are going to do these exercises. And this one is we're gonna go into music. And so music can fall under a different activity. It can also fall under engaging in an activity that generates a different emotion, and then also one of your senses. Okay, so it can fall under any of these three. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start playing music, and I want you to notice what it does for you. Okay, we have in this room. Okay, so you notice as soon as the song plays, this Testing, testing. Okay, we're gonna try this mic. Okay, so the next one is this. This one will generate a different emotion for those who prefer this type of music. So if you're angry, you're upset, this is a good one to help calm you down. Agreed? No? Okay, next one. Okay, so I see a lot of people bobbing their heads again. Okay. And the last one, put time with this one because I'm not a fan of country. But this one is a good one. It's got a good message, it's got a good beat, but I just want to make it known that I'm not a fan of country, but I'm gonna play this one anyway. Okay, so this one has a great message. This one I've used a lot in therapy with a lot of my patients because not only does it have a great message, there's just a good feel that comes when you listen to this song. How many of you know this song? Just by raise of hands. Okay. If you do not know this song, it's a good one to get to know, even if you don't like country. So this one is another one that I go to, even though I don't like country. So think about just for the brief moment that we were in the music. For that brief moment, for those of you who could connect with the music, and maybe some of you connected with all of them, maybe some of you connected with none of them, but if you were able to connect with one of them, for that brief moment, you were able to escape here. Just thinking about it. You know, listening to Bob Marley, listening to Earth, Wind, and Fire, you're able to escape just for a brief moment. And so that's why these distress tolerance skills are vital when we're dealing with highly stressful situations. And so if these things go unchecked, a lot of times can lead into mental illness. And then we have to go into professional help. But if we can take one moment or one event at a time and apply these skills, we can be a lot happier and better off. And so remember, ACCEPTS. I spell that right? Okay, accepts. And then we'll talk a little bit more about this tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Reed. So I got a question for you. Does President Reed like country music? No, that's right. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break right now. So please feel free to get up, stretch your legs, grab some food, grab some drinks, visit the restroom, and we'll be back. 5 minutes, please. Thank you. Hello.
Time Sane, now I success, see a lot of basic. Tell my type, I know for I know all the time. So, what's your name? Just a follow a little fine. What's the way I see a lot of basic? I might get a towel, Sane, I get a towel, Sila isitama wacha atia Olichofuma lea uwa matania Talufa wacha mi awe Uwa oti oti solo ole au chakulu tele Sole sole iya natatele Olita aloma fata matane Wela vaina china tele Mole mole ane uae tekete Aoi, 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 aoi.
Etta said, hi, Michelle. Etta said she was up on there, but she couldn't cook. She was like,
Tau sama o tatali pei o le mai o le nai tulangi Samoa ele nei wa au mai fa'ali ali.
Yeah, I miss the East Coast a lot.
Fai tulangi, matangi maiana, uni matangi, ala umasala, wangatale petua, te ampone masa, mutusia lompane sa, ontiwangi ia. Fia mana tu, wale fia le sama tu. Alana, tua ta ape papa. Ole tampo, te uala sola. Ine na ono ua faala, male lo ua momo. Fai tulangi, utangi maiana, uni matangi, ala umasala, wangatale petua.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get back into the summit. For those of you who are at the breakfast table, start making your way back to your table. One note, the wellness table in the back, tucked away back there, that's being run by the Department of Health or Youth and Women's Affairs. They have prizes that are available. The big prizes are exercise programs. Yay! Yeah, that was my reaction when I found out. So to get this show back on the road.
Testing. Our next two speakers bring a wealth of work experience in working in the mental health field. Both are licensed clinical social workers. Both have worked with youth and adults in the criminal justice system, worked in community-based programs. Both have upwards of 15 years of experience in case management, providing treatment in inpatient and outpatient settings, and they are both currently serving as the Community Engagement and Partnership Coordinators for the VA Pacific Islands Healthcare System Suicide Prevention Program. Please join us in welcoming Wendy Schwartz and Christopher Lopa for their presentation on suicide prevention challenges and looking forward.
You're the man.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make this work. Is President Reed still here? So are you related to like Tanawai and Dewey and those guys? Yeah, because like you look like them. You're tall, you're muscular, you're handsome. It somewhat annoys me because I am not. But I was like, man, he looks like Tanawai and Dewey, man. He's like, they're like stuntmen and they're very fit. He looks like an action hero. Good stuff. Good stuff. So with that said, I'm just working off my nervous energy and working through some of my coping skills as we present here. We have a PowerPoint presentation that Wendy and I are going to try and get through in 15 minutes. In 15 minutes. Now we got 14 left. So usually we have a little housekeeping before we talk about suicide prevention. And basically what that means is I'm not going to read through the whole slide. What I'm going to let you know is if anything that we talk about this morning triggers you or makes you feel self-injurious or self-harmful, please, the easiest way to get help for that is to dial 988 and call the crisis line. That's the quickest and most efficient way that can happen. And if you need more of a human touch, we'll be here for a bit. If you want to like pull Wendy to the side or pull myself to the side or talk to anyone in the community that you feel comfortable confiding in, please do that. We're going to talk about some facts about suicide. We're going to talk about some recent statistics that we've gotten back about anchors of hope that help with that. We're going to talk about myths versus the realities, the steps of VA Save, and probably in a breakout session, we'll move more towards dealing with a case study. So this is just going to be more of a, in the past couple of days, we've done more interactive presentations. This is going to be more of a one-way interaction where we're just giving information. So one of the other things I wanted to cover before we move forward is we modified the presentation because in this presentation, it was designed pretty much to be presented in the continental United States and Alaska and Hawaii. So in a lot of instances, it says national impact. We expanded that to a global impact because we realized that there is an entire world beyond the continental United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. There's a whole planet out there full of people that are struggling with suicide. So we just wanted to make that clear and a priority. So suicide is a global issue, and there are rising rates of suicide in the general population, and that can be attributed to several factors. They're higher and they're rising faster among veterans and among non-veteran adults. Some societal factors: economic disparities, problems with money, race and ethnicity, sexual identity, homelessness, social connections or a lack of social connections, isolation, health issues, and well-being. Substance use also plays an additional role in suicide. Any of these factors or a combination of these factors can contribute to suicidal behavior. We've also gone through a phenomenon that none of us knew was coming, unless you were an epidemiologist, which is the coronavirus, which has changed our world incredibly. When do I wear a mask? When do I not wear a mask? I'm getting vaccinated. I'm not getting vaccinated. We're doing inpatient meetings or in-person meetings. We're doing it by Zoom. The experience of a global pandemic has changed our world. And in many ways, it's just changed how we do everything. And that can be something that impacts the human experience to trend towards suicide. So one of our directors in the VA gave a talk through Zoom to us about the impact of suicide. And he talked about rural communities and indigenous communities and smaller communities. And he talked about when suicide happens in that community, we'll look at stats and we'll look at numbers. Some of our stats aren't registered when they're being taken because our numbers are smaller in Hawaii. So if we have less than 25, we have less than 25 suicides, they won't necessarily count those stats in the same way as if we had 50, because the number is so small, it makes it easier to individually identify the people who have taken their lives. And we live in an island chain. When something happens there, the director made a really good point. He said, it's not a number, it's somebody we know. And suicide works. When someone takes their life, it doesn't just impact the person who took their life, it impacts the people that was in their life and mourns their loss and asks the questions that happen after suicide, like, what could I have done? Why didn't I notice? What if? So it also has an impact on us at a much closer level than a far-reaching external level. So we're going to go through some of our anchors of hope. I'll do the first page of anchors and then I'll hand it over to Wendy and she'll do the second one. And these are the latest national stats that came back. And when we talk about anchors of hope, these are the things that help us have a sense of positivity moving forward in this work. So Anchor of Hope 1 is there were 343 fewer, and for our population that we deal with in the VA is primarily veterans. It's all veterans. Veterans who died from suicide in 2020 than in 2019. And 2020 had the lowest number of veteran suicides since 2006. Anchor number 2, from 2001 on through 2018, the number of veteran suicides increased on average by 47 deaths per year. From 2019 to 2020, there were consecutive reductions from 307 and 343 suicides respectively, an unprecedented decrease since 2001. Anchor number 3, from 2018 to 2020, adjusted rates for veterans fell by 9.7% by comparison to the adjusted rate for non-veterans and US adults, which fell by 5.5%. And anchor number 4, the age-adjusted suicide rate for women veterans in 2020 was the lowest since 2013. And the age-adjusted suicide rate for veteran men was the lowest since 2016.
Anchor 5, from 2019 to 2020, among veteran men, the age-adjusted suicide rate fell by 0.7%, and among veteran women, the age-adjusted suicide rate fell by 14.1%. Among non-veteran US men, the age-adjusted rate fell by 2.1%, and among non-veteran women, the age-adjusted rate fell by 8.4%. Anchor 6, assessment of veteran suicide rates by race showed decreases from 2019 to 2020 for all groups. Anchor 7, despite the 24% decrease in the veteran population from 2001 to 2020, the number of veterans with VHA healthcare encounters, so that they spider at the VA in the year or the prior year rose 55% from 3.8 million to 5.9 million. And then Anchor 8, despite the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, age and sex-adjusted suicide rates among veterans fell nearly 5% from 2019 to 2020 versus a 3.6% decline among non-veteran US adults. The time between when a person decides to die by suicide and they act on the decision is often very short. A 2005 study found that 71% of people who had attempted estimated that the process took less than an hour. So 24% reported that they took the action within 5 minutes, 48% within 20 minutes, and 71% within the hour. So it shows the importance of time when we're dealing with suicide. And the importance of restricting access to lethal means, specifically firearms, but also other lethal means of suicide. So firearm injury is nearly fatal, is fatal 90% of the time, as opposed to all of the other methods combined.
So just to kind of tie up what's happening with those anchors of hope, it says the estimated impact of these anchors of hope is that 91 veteran souls with depression are alive in 2018. 146 veteran souls with anxiety alive in 2018. 36 veteran souls with mental health and substance use disorders alive in 2018. 13 female veteran souls alive in 2018. 56 veteran souls in VHA care alive in 2018, and 49,000 projected lives spared from exposure to suicide. And as it says here, we are heartened by the anchors of hope. We are simultaneously burdened by the loss of every veteran to suicide. This data indicates that increased connection can have a supportive effect on veterans who make the decision to live. So suicide is a complex issue with no single cause. It's often the result of a complex interaction of risk and protective factors that the individual, community, and societal levels experience. Risk factors are characteristics that are associated with increased likelihood of suicidal behavior. Protective factors can help offset risk factors. To prevent veteran suicide, we must maximize protective factors while minimizing risk factors at all and worldwide. So on the risk side, we have things like prior suicide attempt, mental health issues. As we mentioned before, substance abuse, access to lethal means. So access to lethal means just means that they have access to things that they could harm themselves with, which could be medications, which could be firearms, which could be ropes. You know, in Hawaii, we're different from the national average on the continental US, because on the continental US, the highest number of the is by 5. In Hawaii, it's by hanging. So we have to make that adjustment as we look at that, and we look at that data for our population. Legal or financial challenges, relationship issues, unemployment, homelessness, and loss of culture. Counterbalancing these with protective factors like access to mental health care, a sense of connectedness, problem-solving skills, sense of spirituality, mission or purpose, good physical health, employment, and social and emotional well-being. Those protective factors, or the introduction of those factors, are making these people aware that these protective factors can be present in their lives, are something that can offset suicide risk. It is preventable. I think sometimes when people hear the word suicide, it has a jarring effect. It makes people uncomfortable. You know, it makes them sad. So sometimes, instead of being heartened by the idea that we can help people, we get disheartened when we experience loss. But the reality is it's preventable. Sometimes I've worked with people in the field as a social worker where when suicide occurs, they're like, you know, we're not going to stop all of them. And it's like, yeah, that's true. We can't catch everybody. But if we engage in the work and we give ourselves to it and we're purposeful about it and we're looking at the populations that we serve and we're tailoring this work to those populations so it makes sense to them and that hope is accessible to them, then we can do better. So it's not about stopping all of it. It's about stopping more of it. So common myths versus the realities. I'm going to give it over to Wendy because you need variety.
So people who talk about suicide are just seeking attention, myth or reality. No matter how casually or jokingly said, suicide threats should never be ignored and may indicate serious suicidal feelings. Someone who talks about suicide provides others with an opportunity to intervene before suicidal behaviors occur. Myth or reality? The only one who can really help someone who is suicidal is a mental health counselor or a therapist. Special training is not required to safely raise the subject of suicide. Helping someone feel included and showing genuine, heartfelt support can also make a big difference during a challenging time. And this is really what we came up here to talk about today. We're going to go through this part really quickly, if that's okay. So we provide a presentation, and it's how to talk to people about suicide, just as a regular person, not as a clinician, not as a licensed clinical social worker, but just as somebody who cares about others in our community. So the acronym stands for the signs, S, the signs of suicidal thinking. A, asking the question. B, validating the veteran's experience. And E, encouraging treatment and expediting getting help. Signs of suicidal thinking: hopelessness, feeling like there's no way out, anxiety, agitation, sleeplessness, or maybe sleeping too much, mood swings, feeling like there's no reason to live, rage, anger, risky activities, increasing alcohol or drug use, withdrawing from our social supports, family, friends, church. The presence of any of the following signs require immediate attention, which would be 911 or taking somebody to the hospital. So thinking about hurting or killing themselves, looking for ways to die, talking about death, dying, or suicide, self-destructive or risk-taking behaviors, especially when it involves alcohol, drugs, or weapons. A, asking the question, knowing how to ask the most important question. Are you thinking about killing yourself? Are you thinking about suicide? Ensuring that you're using those specific words, not words like, are you thinking of hurting yourself? That's vague language that could indicate that they're suicidal, but not necessarily. So just being willing to ask that question and say the words.
So do ask the question if you've identified the warning signs. Do ask the question in a natural way that flows with the conversation. Don't ask the question as though, like Wendy was saying, like you're looking for a no answer. Don't wait to ask the question when someone's halfway out the door. So it was funny, I was joking with Etta the other day. Wendy and I showed up at our office and I said, we're gonna doorknob you. And in therapy circles, doorknob is like when you're with a client and you're talking through their issues and you're rounding out the end of the hour and they look at you and they say, oh, one more thing, I'm suicidal. And they did that right before they were supposed to like turn the doorknob and leave. And then you, okay, cancel my next appointment, right? So we came to Etta's office and said, we're gonna doorknob you. We're gonna come in and just hang out with you while you're getting ready for the conference. We're just gonna take your time, right? You don't wanna wait to ask the question when somebody's halfway out the door. You wanna be able to ask this. And one of the things is, it's like I shared at Kanana Fo the other night. I said, you know, we have rituals that are safety rituals that we have. Like if I started choking right now, Wendy would wrap her arms around my torso and start, pushing, right? Because we do the Heimlich when people are choking. I think I might have mentioned that at Epic. We need to have the same kind of comfort in our society with dealing with suicidal behavior and being able to ask the question and being able to talk about it. Check in and practice. What are your thoughts about asking the question? So this would be something we would ask more like in a breakout session. For me, one of the ways I would ask the question, because I asked it with every veteran that I met with when I was doing direct patient care, I would say, I'm going to ask you the VA awkward first date question. Are you feeling suicidal right now? Do you feel like killing yourself? They'd be like, nope. I was like, good, me neither. I was like, do you feel homicidal? Like you want to hurt somebody else? And sometimes they would say yes. And then I would open up and expand that and say, are you going to act on that? Do you have a plan? Right? These aren't common questions we ask, but like I learned to do that because in my last job, my entire population were people that struggled with drugs and alcohol. So I was like, I need to be able to ask this question consistently in the flow of my conversation. And sometimes if I didn't get to it during the course of the conversation because I'm a human being and I forget, sometimes they would tell me, hey, you didn't ask me if I was suicidal or homicidal. I was like, oh, you're right. Sorry. Validate the veteran's experience. So talk openly about suicide. Be willing to listen and allow the veteran to express his or her feelings. Recognize that the situation is serious. Don't pass judgment, and reassure the veteran that help is available. It's creating a space for them. And encourage treatment and expedite getting help. So what do you do if someone's suicidal? Don't keep the veteran's suicidal behavior a secret. That's going to be something that's really common. What they'll do is, if the veteran tells you that or somebody in the community tells you that, they'll be like, look, I just want you to know. I don't want anybody else to know. You got to let them know. Your secret could kill you. I cannot keep it for you. I'm going to support you. Don't leave them alone, and try to get that person to seek immediate help, either from their physician if possible, or nearest hospital or emergency room, and call 911. If they're in a space where they're also willing to utilize the crisis line, have them call 988. And reassure the veteran that help is available. When talking with a veteran at risk for suicide, this is our check-in. We have to remain calm. We need to listen more than we speak, maintain eye contact, act with confidence, don't argue, use open body language. So when they're talking to you, try not to be like, and try not to be like. Limit questions, let them do the talking, let them provide the information of where they're at to you. Use supportive and encouraging comments like, I know that that was incredibly hard for you to talk to me about. It was so brave of you to come forward with that. I'm so honored that you trust me with this. I'm going to get you support. Be honest, let the veteran know that there are no quick solutions, but help is available.
What to do if a veteran expresses suicidal ideation during a phone call. So keep them on the line and remain calm, get information about them, and try to connect the call to 988 through a conference call. And then, so one thing that I always like to point out is that if you notice something, say something. You might be the only one who notices. If you see something that's different about somebody that you love, ask them the question if you're seeing signs. Thank you so much for your time today.
Please, let's give our speakers another round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much, Wendy and Christopher. So just in context and thinking about the information that they presented, I wanted to say that while their presentation and the talking points and the concepts they were sharing were for veterans, and some of you might be sitting here wondering, well, you know, why are we here? It's because veterans live in and amongst us. They are part of our community. It's not as if something happens to a veteran and then we're going to wait until they go to the veterans clinic to be able to access services. We all, as part of our territory, a part of our village and our local communities, have an opportunity to respond because we never know when someone is in crisis. And the whole point of our presentations, our speakers, and all the information sharing that we're promoting is so that everybody has the capacity, has some tools that you're able to use if you're working with a veteran, if you if you are presented with a situation. Maybe you've got a veteran in your family and you've got a veteran who's an uncle or an aunt or a daughter or a nephew or something like that. So thank you very much for your attention. And thank you, Christopher and Wendy, for sharing that information. Also, I see folks from DHSS, people from Department of Education. We've got guidance and counseling. A lot of this information, although again identified for veterans, is also applicable and useful as you interact with young people in your schools and with adults in your community. And so,
just to add on to that, veterans are a subset of the community that we live in here in American Samoa. As such, they are a lot more well-funded. The care for them here in American Samoa than is normally seen. And so the expertise that is brought to bear on the veteran community is something that, you know, is informative for the rest of the community. So while these people are here, please ask them questions about what goes on in the veteran community, because that is indicative of what goes on in the community as a whole. Just a statement about Christopher and Wendy. We reached out to them. We know they're on island and we know they're familiar with the things that we work on with regard to suicide. And so we had them come into our offices yesterday and they were absolutely awesome. They looked at the process we use and were able to focus in on, you know, the things that we had questions about. And they were so helpful and we're so thankful for your guys' help.
wonderful. Our next speaker is one of the very few psychiatrists we have on island. He has worked in the mental health field for about 36 years, of which 10 has been served at the LBJ Hospital. He is currently the Chief of Psychiatry with oversight of psychiatric services and mental health treatment at the LBJ Hospital. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shishram Shishram.
Good morning. Mike, wait. No, yeah. Okay, yeah. I have never been in the military, but I still consider myself as a veteran, veteran in the field of mental health. Like I said, I've been in this field for the last 36 years. 26 of those years were in Fiji. And yesterday marked the 10th year in American Samoa. I've got only one name, it's Shishram. So there is one Shishram there and one here. That's why they say Shishram, Shishram. Yeah, this is a very, very relevant topic now that we are kind of getting out of COVID. So to look back what it was before, during, and after. Some figures, outpatient figures from 2019 till last year. You can see there has been an increase in 2000 and 2021. This is relevant when we will look at other figures, that there has been an increase in the visitation by female patients. Even the first visits, you can see there is an increase from 19 in 2019 to 41 and 44 in the following 2 years. Somebody talked about anxiety before, and anxiety was, I think, the most common condition that I saw during the pandemic, and that's still there. It has gone. So you can see the figures there. From 100, it went to 200 and then to 300. These are not 300 individuals per se, but because they do monthly visits, but still that increase is there, the visitation. So that's quite threefold increase in just 2 years. This is by gender. Again, you see the female there way outnumber the males. I don't know how males handle their anxiety. Maybe they go to the Bilima or whatever. Yeah, the female numbers are high. I think we can ask questions maybe later and suggest why it's happening. Is it because men chance to get and do work? I don't like this mic. Or and the women, they don't have that much chance. They stay home with the children. During those times, even they were not able to go to bingo, so they were staying home, and these things were affecting them. This is anxiety disorder by month. You can see the increase. I'll show it in the other graph, which is more understandable. Yeah, this one you can see for 2019, that graph there, you can see it's below 15. If you see this here, the one at the bottom, that's for 2019. And the one in the middle, that's for 2020. And you can see the dip there in April, and then it took off from May. We had a lockdown, right? Around March. So people were locked in. It went up, it went right up there, and it stayed up until the top graph there. When 2021 came in, it stayed there throughout in 2021. So you can see how it has impacted. Where we were with anxiety before COVID, we were down there. Lockdown came in 2020, anxiety shot up. It will be interesting to see what it is like this year. Okay, so the other condition that presented with increased numbers were the mood disorders, especially depression. And again, you can see the rise in the numbers from 2019, which was 99, to 20, in 2021, almost double that to 194. And we'll go by the gender again. What do you see? Okay, those are numbers. I always put linear graph, which better explains things. Here, straight line at the bottom. They almost flat line. There was not much increase. For the female, you can see from 2020, the number has gone up, and it has still remained high and going higher. Again, to explain that. Okay, this is a bit of a tricky one. I think Mr. Reed will like this for the dual diagnosis, people with substance abuse. And you can see again, the male numbers have gone up. Female numbers have remained almost. You may have been getting the same patients getting admitted. See the abuse. So as a percentage of total admission in 2019, we had like the number of patients admitted, say for schizophrenia, but they also had meth abuse. It amounted to about 30% of the admission were those who had a dual diagnosis and specifically with drug component in that one. And the most common drug of abuse I have come to see now last year and this year is meth. Alcohol is there, but it's not a controlled substance, so they don't talk much about it. If you talk about substance abuse here, the most common one would be alcohol. And interestingly, when you see the bottom one, they are courts. These were number of patients that were referred to our unit by the court system. You can see it has increased. This means that patients who abuse drugs, they normally get into trouble. They are arrested, taken to court, and the court refers them to us for assessment and report. And this is what the National Governors Association is trying to do, what we call is diversion through Hindi. You know, not to criminalize it, but to support them and rehabilitate them. So when we see the court numbers going up, it's a good sign, not a bad one. Again, that's the same thing in this graph here. This is by gender. You can see in 2021, the male numbers have gone really up. The graph. So what age group? You can see 30 to 39. And it's better understood here. You can see the peak. In 2000 and in all those 3 years, you can see the peak is between 20 to almost 40 years. And these are the young, mostly males that we get to admit. Suicide was touched upon earlier on. We have, I would say at the outset, we do not have a very good system of collecting data on suicide. This is from the clinic only. Remember, these are the survivors. So there are some who come to the ER and they are not referred and not recorded. So this number is not representing the real situation here. We really had a crisis in 2020, yeah? And that's the year when we recorded 12 of them who were actually admitted. And 60% of those that we had admitted for attempted suicide, they had done that while they were under influence, either of alcohol, meth, or marijuana, or combination of those. By method, again in 2020, I was gonna say last year, 2020, the number had gone up. There were 5 males who were admitted because by hanging. And were intoxicated. Linear graph will be better understood. Ariel can to 9 and then 9th October. It's from 10 to 19 age group. So you can see in that age group, 10 to 19, there's a sharp rise. And this, you can see this is a very young age group. And as you go ahead, in the other years, the most common age group was like 20 to 29 or from 20 to 40. But during again that 2020, we had this so yeah, in this trend in the age group, which has come down in that teenage group. I think that time we had this, I don't know, it was a copycat thing going on because children were just following the other children and they were attempting suicide. So it was a crisis, and we can see that there, the way they presented there too. So it really correlates. Okay, not only things have changed, a lot of other things have changed from 2019 up till now. We are changing our ways of thinking and advising people. In 2019, we were saying stay away from negative people. Now we are saying stay away from positive people. So there's a big change in there. And of course, yeah, coping with stress. That may explain why the women were having so much anxiety and depression, because children were home, schooling from home. So the parent is asking if he can be quarantined from the parents. They actually is asking for help, for support. And I'm not being paid by the Budweiser, but it's a cartoon there. This guy is afraid of corona, meaning coronavirus. There is a beer called Corona. Do you know that on the island? Yeah, okay. So you may want to switch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shisharam, for that. The man's so nice, they named him twice. So before we go on to the next speakers, so Christopher Lopa, in his presentation with Wendy Schwartz, put out the challenge. We all agree President Reed looks like a superhero. We would like suggestions from you on what the superhero's name should be. Epic is willing to pay for a first prize and 3 honorable mentions. So please drop off your suggestions with the registration table. So our next 2 speakers are both psychology interns with the Department of Veterans Administration. Our first, Alita Tu, is currently working on the issue of homelessness within the VA. She is currently working to complete her PhD from the University of Arkansas. Our second psychology intern with the Department of Veterans Administration locally is Makul Kandawal, and he is working on telehealth within the VA for rural areas. And let's be real, American Samoa is one big rural area, right? He's currently working on his doctorate of psychology from Xavier University. He likes to travel, cook, and play basketball. So please help me in welcoming Alita Tu and Makul Kandawal.
Aloha, aloha, and good morning to those of you joining us here in person and to those virtually as well. So Lisa and I are going to be talking about PTSD and depression in 15 minutes, but before we begin, we at least want to express our thanks and gratitude to everyone involved in organizing this event and for just all the warmth and hospitality that we have received, and also the copious amounts of good food as well. And at least we also want to also give our thanks to Dr. Etta McCutcheon as well, not only for her role in organizing this event and putting everything together, but also her commitment and dedication to supervision and training us as interns and also the postdocs as well. So thank you for that.
Might be hard to believe given all of the great work that Dr. McCutcheon is doing on island, that she's also really dedicated to training us as well.
All right. That being said, yeah, let's get right into it. So kind of a general outline that we have for today. We'll be talking about, just generally what is PTSD and depression. We'll go into some of the symptoms, what it looks like, why they're even linked, and why they're so commonly seen in not only our veterans, but also within the general public as well. And then we'll spend the bulk of our time into the treatment options within the VA, but also more generally that everyone can do as well. And so I want to at least start off with this statistic that was taken from a survey done by the Department of Health here in American Samoa, where in 2018, almost 3,000 adults in American Samoa said that I would be too embarrassed to tell anyone that I had a mental health problem. Now, I don't know if this was just amongst adults only or adults and children, but I think we can agree that this might be an underestimate as well. And hopefully through the conversations that we have today and tomorrow, we're able to reduce some of that embarrassment from talking about these concerns and raise awareness and be able to have these conversations. And so I'll hand it off to Lita to introduce us by talking about PTSD.
Before we get into it, I'd like to be quite honest about my experience with treating people with PTSD, in that this was originally a population that I didn't think I wanted to go into. I thought it would be very challenging for me to listen to these traumatic stories, to take that with me. However, actually a population to work with, because PTSD is highly treatable, that people do get better, and they do get better relatively quickly. And so that's a big message that I want to send home with you all. So first, considering what is PTSD? The root of it comes from exposure to a traumatic event. In traditional PTSD, we think about death, either threatened or actual, serious injury, or sexual violence, either threatened or completed. This is not to say that other types of traumatic events aren't very impactful for people. And there's a variety of different disorders that focus on those other traumatic events. So PTSD is this one disorder, but it's not the only thing that matters. However, a lot of our treatments that we have can cut across a lot of different domains. This exposure to the traumatic event can be in the form of many different types of exposure. So direct exposure, witnessing or learning about a trauma, learning about the death of a close friend or relative. Then this last one is quite important to point out for the patient. So it could be exposure through the course of work. So if you're repeatedly listening to these stories, as I'm sure many of you in this room are, it is something to consider and to think about for yourselves. So PTSD shows up with these symptom clusters, re-experiencing what happened, thinking about it again in the form of just memories coming up or nightmares. The next piece is that hyperarousal or hypervigilance, which is kind of looking around you, trying to find safety cues, trying to always be vigilant for something that might happen in the future. And next we see negative thoughts and moods that can often come with problems of trusting others, trusting ourselves, low self-esteem, And also irritability or agitation. These people might have a shorter fuse and be more likely to kind of have these emotional outbursts, followed by this intense guilt and shame. This last piece is one of the most important pieces of PTSD, which is the avoidance of reminders. People physically avoid these reminders in the form of avoiding crowded places, avoiding events with their families. And that's something important to note. If someone in your life has PTSD or you suspect that they have PTSD and they're avoiding these family gatherings, it's not necessarily because they don't care about you. It's not necessarily because they don't want to spend time with you, but these are particularly challenging places for someone to be. So trying our best to not take it personally and to accommodate these individuals and include them is so important. The next piece of avoidance is avoiding those thoughts. Even if we stay home, that those memories are still there with us. And that's often we see people being very busy, trying to stay out of their head, or turning to drugs or alcohol. This is a cycle of anxiety in that when someone is feeling good, they often avoid the situation. Hello? Can you all hear me? Okay, perfect. This is much nicer. Thank you. When someone's feeling anxious, they often avoid that situation, which gives them short-term relief, but actually increases their anxiety long-term. So the real piece to PTSD is trying to combat that avoidance, really going and approaching those things that make you uncomfortable in a safe and comforting environment. Many people, particularly veterans, ask, why did I develop PTSD when other people who experienced the same trauma didn't develop PTSD? And research shows there's just many different factors, and it's not just because sometimes people think it's because I'm weak or because I can't manage my emotions. And there are many other things into play. And also it's highly treatable too.
So now I'll now transition a little bit and talk about depression next. And so when we think about what is depression, I think the first thing that usually comes to mind for a lot of us is just feeling sad, right? This feeling of sadness, you're feeling, it's lack of energy, kind of feeling worthless a little bit. But depression in and of itself is a lot more than just feeling sad. Sadness is a normal emotion. It makes us human. But when that sadness starts to impact our day-to-day living, our daily activities, it gets in the way of the things that we find important to us. That's when it starts to become, a little problematic. And so these are just a few different symptoms of depression, and there's of course a few more than this, but I think a couple important ones are, again, that loss of interest in doing the things that we love and enjoy, right? We don't feel like having that energy to go out and go fishing or go spend time with our family. Gaining or losing weight is another big one. And so sometimes individuals with depression may start to overeat to kind of metaphorically fill in that emptiness that they feel inside. Or maybe the opposite, where they don't feel like eating as much and they start to lose weight because of that. Sleeping also can go either way in that we either are sleeping long hours of the day, or we're not getting enough sleep because all these thoughts starts to enter our mind when we're in bed, right? And it almost becomes this party for these thoughts to just kind of sit there. If we're thinking about all the things that we have to get done tomorrow, or the different errands that we have going on. Right, and trouble concentrating too. And so I think this ties in a lot with being, not getting enough sleep or sleeping too much, or not having a lot of that interest or pleasure in doing some of those activities. You're just feeling tired generally. And I think finally a big one too that may come up in people with depression are thoughts of suicide. And so I know my colleagues, a couple presentations before me talked about this topic a little bit more, but I think ultimately it's important that we approach this from a perspective of acknowledgement, and that we want to be open, we want to be curious, and come from a place of like warmth and genuine concern about talking about suicide, instead of maybe this fear around the subject, and acknowledge that this can happen. And so just a couple other statistics from the National Health Study. And so again, in 2018, about 7% of adults in American Samoa reported some signs of depression. So this is a little bit over 2,000 adults. And again, in 2018, about 2% of adults here planned on killing themselves. And so this is more than 600 adults. And so I think both of these numbers just kind of highlight that it is prevalent and it is worth talking about here. And so thinking about why PTSD and depression are linked. And so recent studies suggest that, at least amongst veterans, half of veterans who have PTSD also meet diagnostic criteria for depression. And when we think about this, it starts to make sense in that, at least in terms of PTSD, when we are avoiding the things that we like to do, if it's going out in public or spending time with our loved ones, we start to feel that sadness. We start to feel like we're unable to do anything right, or we start to feel like we are a failure. And so those thoughts decrease our mood and help lead into this depression. And similarly, vice versa, in that when we have some of these negative beliefs about ourselves or other people of the world, and that maybe we feel like we're a failure, we're worthless, we can't do anything right. Some of those thoughts serve to make our PTSD worse, and that it may relate back to the traumas that we've had, and that this trauma was my fault. I should have done something more. If I did this, then this wouldn't have happened. And so we can start to see how PTSD and depression really kind of come together in a lot of different ways.
Now that we've successfully bummed you all out with all of the symptoms of PTSD and depression, we can talk about the treatment options available. In cognitive behavioral therapy, we often think of this triangle of thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. And we bring this up because even if you aren't a practitioner of these treatments, you can kind of implement some of this in your daily lives and for the lives of our loved ones. Often feelings is the thing that we want to change. Feelings are the things that's really burning us up inside. In cognitive behavioral therapy, we can address the thoughts or behaviors, and it leads to changes in the feelings. That if we make a change in any piece of this triangle, the rest will follow. So the treatments for PTSD are relatively short term. They last just 12 sessions, and a majority of people see significant results from it. So it's not the type of thing where you're going to have to see a therapist for your whole life or for years and years. But often people suffer with these diseases for so long, and to know that something's available in just 12 sessions can be really impactful. To give you some background on these treatments, and the reason we're talking about this is because often people don't want to go to a therapist because they don't really know what to expect. They're not sure what they're going to ask of me. They're not sure what they're going to dive into. So giving you some awareness so you can talk to people in your community about things that they might see. This treatment is called prolonged exposure, so it really targets the behaviors in this triangle, in that we're having them re-enter those situations that make them feel nervous and gaining confidence in those places. We're also targeting those stories about the trauma. When we look back at something bad that's happened to us, it's so human to say, it was my fault. What could I have done differently? Why did I react that way? And we kind of put the story down in the back of our minds, put it in this closet, covered in shame and guilt, and don't want to talk about it ever again. By allowing clients in session to bring up those stories can really change the narrative. That we know the power in this community and our communities, that stories are so powerful. Stories are so important. So giving people that ownership of that story again and that new perspective can be really helpful. Next, thinking about cognitive processing therapy is targeting those thoughts. So targeting thoughts like, it was my fault, like I'm a failure, there's something wrong with me, I am broken, and not necessarily shaming them, but letting them evaluate that for themselves. And these therapies can also be done at the same time as substance use treatments and are effective if they're done at the same time. So people don't have to stop drinking or using before starting these therapies. And it can also include family as well.
I'll also add too, with all of these treatment options that we're talking about, these are offered by VA and they are evidence-based treatments, meaning that they're based on the best available research and have gone through a lot of rigorous studies in order to show that it is effective in treating these conditions. And so looking at some of the treatment options for depression specifically, first we have acceptance and commitment therapy, or ACT. And so the goal of this treatment is to acknowledge some of the feelings and emotions that we're having in that moment. And instead of trying to change them or modify them, we look at these emotions and feelings that we have without any judgment, and we let them pass through. So for example, if I'm having a thought, I'm just feeling really anxious right now, standing up here, giving this presentation to everyone, instead of kind of judging that emotion or that feeling that I'm having, I instead acknowledge that I'm feeling a little bit anxious and I let that pass. And by doing this, it teaches us that we can have these negative emotions, right? These uncomfortable feelings of, say, anxiety or sadness, and still do the things that we need to do, and still do the things that help us live a life worth living. And so I can feel this anxiety that I have right now, maybe, and still give this presentation and just talk to everyone here. And by doing so, we're able to, again, engage in those valued activities, those activities that we find important to us. And then we have cognitive behavioral therapy for depression, or CBTD. And this is a similar framework to what Alita mentioned previously with addressing the thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Only when looking at our thoughts, it's more about examining the accuracy of some of those thoughts that we're having. Is this truly like a true statement, the evidence for and the evidence against? And can we find a way to approach a balanced perspective on some of the thoughts that we're having? And then I'll briefly just talk about medications as well as another treatment option, because even though we don't prescribe medication, it is a relevant treatment option for both PTSD and depression in terms of managing some of those symptoms. And I think the key points with taking medications is that we want to make sure that they're being taken as prescribed. And so with medications, they can take a long time for some of the effects to set in, oftentimes 4 to 6 weeks. And so we want to be mindful that, it may take a while before we start to see any benefit, and not take more than what is prescribed or stop taking them entirely. And of course, there may be some side effects that may come up as well. And so it's important to talk with, our doctor or psychiatrist about them. But ultimately, what research suggests is that a combination of both medication and therapy is the most effective in treating PTSD and depression.
And another point on those side effects, it's important to talk to your doctor about them, because there are things that we can do about those side effects. So don't suffer in silence about them, or quit the medication early because of the side effects. So just a few indicators for rural veterans in particular. It's very important. We've seen in this research that rural veterans are more likely to have substance use disorders when they're receiving treatment at the VA. They're also less likely to receive any psychotherapy, and if they do receive psychotherapy, they're more likely to terminate early. So if you're supporting a veteran, or if you are a veteran yourself, it's really important to encourage them to continue with their psychotherapy and really see it through to the end.
And so we just have a list of some formal and informal places where those either veterans or individuals can get help. And these are just suggestions. These are not we're not saying that you should or shouldn't kind of do these things, but some examples, talking to your family members or a Matai, or religious leaders or Phi Phao. Traditional healers can also be important, acknowledging the importance of traditional medicine across cultures. Friends can also be a great source of comfort and support in talking about some of these issues. Of course, a family doctor, mental health professionals. And in these last two, the internet and books, I think can be fairly obvious, right? But I think we also just want to be mindful of where we're seeking our information from, and making sure that they are trustworthy sources as well, and not just kind of Wikipedia and things like that too.
And these are also some additional coping skills that we can use for ourselves and to support our friends and loved ones who have these disorders. So guided imagery, progressive muscle relaxation, mindfulness, exercise, and gratitude journals. And we're all happy to discuss that with you after our presentation if you'd like. Here's some additional community resources which we can make available to you. And to sum up our presentation, PTSD and depression are two serious and commonly co-occurring disorders. These conditions are more common in younger populations, but the big takeaway is that treatment is highly effective and it can work for a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alita and Wakul, for that presentation. So when you registered this morning, you should have gotten a little pocket-sized notebook. We encourage all of you, if you have any questions about any of the presentations that have been done so far as part of the plenary session, to go ahead and write down your questions and let us know. We can provide those questions to any of the presenters that presented this morning, and they can work on responses for a Q&A at the end of the summit. All right, thank you. So our next speaker is a veteran herself. She was trained as a nurse, and at the end of her nursing career, she became a community advocate. She is a staunch, passionate, and very energetic person when it comes to community advocacy. The community groups that she's worked with include Women in New Dimensions, the Alliance Against Sexual and Domestic Violence, the Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence, Catholic Social Services, and she's also partnered with EPIC as well. All of these experiences that she has as both a nurse as well as a community advocate speak to her time and energy that she spends in her advocacy role. All these things, and she still is self-described as a farmer's daughter. I'd like to introduce you to our last speaker of the plenary session, Ipu Avengalio Lefiti.
Good afternoon, or good late morning. I have a story to tell you. In 1974, I joined the Army. Fast tracking 1988. It was like any other day. I was the non-commissioned officer in charge of the Wheat Army Community Hospital Medical Clinic. Under my supervision were 4 physicians, 5 medical corpsmen, and 2.5 million worth of medical equipment. So those of us who have been in the military know that it's reports that need to be generated. One morning, right after my inspection of the medical clinic, one of the soldiers came to me and asked if I would step over to the supply room. She wanted to show me something. Opening the door and I stepped in there, there was a young female soldier sitting on the floor. As she slowly lifted up her head to look up, before I could focus in her face, I knew what happened to this soldier. Everything happened quickly. Talk about almost a total meltdown. Blocking all of that out, I continued to function, wandering around for weeks. There was a total blackout in my career at the time. In the middle of the night, I'd be driving throughout within the desert. Sometimes I'd be caught in a sandstorm. It would be so fierce that it would shake my car. So I would park there. Sometimes I'd wonder if a tank would come out of nowhere and crush my vehicle. Or maybe a Humvee. Or maybe if I kept driving, I would fall down a crevice. There were times when I would wander throughout the hospital. Everyone knew me, so they didn't bother or question my being there. I would wander into the medical clinic. There would be times I would go home just to change my uniform and come back and wander again. Finally, I was summoned to headquarters. I don't know how much time had gone by, but the OIC of the clinic had reported me. My NCOER was dropped down to almost zero. That's your enlisted evaluation report. I was warned of what was going to happen to me. I didn't care at the time. One evening while I was in the clinic, again, just roaming around, the hospital command sergeant major found me. And she came up and she was asking me questions, telling me that they're getting ready to throw you out of the Army. I can still feel that feeling. I didn't care. I just looked at her and she told me, you're going to lose your career, your family, everything. I didn't care. Until finally she looked into my eyes and she said, Ipu, something happened to you. The word, the name, Ipu, made me focus and looked into her eyes. In the military, we don't address each other by first name. It's either by your social security number or your last name. But for someone to mention my name brought some kind of humanity in the darkness that I was in. And then I looked at her and she said, something happened to you. I thought I was going to bring the walls down when I started screaming. I just kept screaming and I was trying to run. The next thing I knew, she was wrestling me down onto the floor. During our conversation later on, that as some semblance of normalcy came back to my mind, she told me that I needed to go to mental health. Mental health is not a nice word in the military. Mental health means to us back then, there goes your career. Finally, she was able to talk me into going to mental health. She came to pick me up, drove me to the clinic, big old sign on the side of the road, mental hygiene clinic. The shame of being seen walking there. The humiliation, the fear of the stigma The fear that there goes my career, there goes my promotion. But there was something that was in me. I needed to go. I stepped out of the car and I shut the door. And I never looked back. Went into the mental health clinic and signed in. For several weeks, I was going therapy. And then one day the psychiatrist said, you know, you can walk out of this door, but I have a test that you have to pass first. You have to bring your husband. And I started crying. I kept crying and crying. He said, why? What's the problem? And I said, I'm married to a Samoan. This is what separates a Polynesian from the usual normal American. And then he said, okay, what's wrong with that? And I said, you don't understand. He's not only a Samoan, but he is a Manua man. Only a Samoan would understand that. And that was real fear for me, because I cannot talk to a Manua man. But he said, in order for me to be able to walk out, I needed to bring my spouse. Again, there was that burning desire to get better. That evening, I went to my husband and I told him, and I said, I need to talk to you about something. He sits up and he says, and he just looked at me and I said, I've been going to see a psychiatrist, and in order for me to leave, I need to bring you with me. My husband, the tears that were coming down his face, and I was wondering, why are you crying? I'm the one with the problem. And then he said, I thought you were going to ask me for a divorce. And I looked at him. In the darkness that I was surrounded in, my behavior affected him and affected my children. And then I told my husband why I was going to see mental health. And he says, I know that. You told me before we got married. That was a total block for me. Anyway, so we went to see the psychiatrist. But before that, the first test was, Ipu, can you tell me what happened to you? And all I could say was, yes, that thing happened. For weeks on end, all I could say was, yes, that thing happened. I could not say what the thing was. Until finally I said, yes, I was raped when I was stationed at Tripler Army Medical Center. To be able to say the word were the first steps to come out of the darkness I was in. Mind you, this is almost 10 years. This thing happened almost 10 years ago, and a child that was raped was before me. And it brought the whole thing crashing down. Don't ever take rape lightly, because if it's not treated, it'll come back to you in such a way that not only destroy you, but destroy your family. And you wouldn't even know why or how it happened. Second test was bringing my Manua husband. That was in 1985 when I had my first meltdown, or 88. 1990 was the Gulf War. When that happened, there was a desperation in my spirit. I needed to go. I needed to go. I want to go to war. Instead of waiting for the unit, I went and volunteered to go on an advanced crew. I did everything I was supposed to do as a soldier to make sure that my family was taken care of. Signed everything, making sure that my husband and children would be okay. I even wrote a letter to my father, asking my father that if something happens to me, please allow my husband to build a house on our land for my children. But there was a condition. If he decides to remarry along the line, he has to move out. At the time, it wasn't funny. I was so sure this is what I wanted. I needed to make sure that my children were safeguarded. Life goes on, and if my husband decides to get married, then he must go, but the house remains my children's home. During that time, I was trying so hard. I wanted to go to war. My unit made it so far to the airport, where we sat there for several hours before we were told to stand down and return to base. I was chosen to remain to train the soldiers that were coming through to Fort Irwin, to prepare them for Desert Storm. It was not meant for me to go at the time. Later on, I understood why. The psychiatrist was able to pull out the word rape from my mouth from what happened years ago. But there was a more sinister thing that was in me that came out of my affiliation with my faith. Why was I desperate to go? I was so desperate to go because I wanted to be killed. I wanted to die. I didn't know that feeling at the time. I was still so full and consumed of shame from what happened. I was dishonored. That action alone stripped me of honor and dignity. It stripped me of being a human. It took love away from me. It replaced it with shame and anger, hatred. It filled me with self-hatred. And I wanted to go to the Gulf War to be killed. I didn't care how. Because I wanted to come back thinking in my mind that if I came back in a coffin, draped with the highest honor a soldier can have, and that was draped with the flag of the United States of America, to be restored, to have my honor restored, my dignity restored. My pride restored. And I believed it. And on the caption of that thought was killed in action. I could be brought back to Samoa, to my people, with honor and with pride by coming back in a coffin. But God had other plans for me. retiring in 1994. He called me to become a victim advocate. I refused. Can you imagine saying no, God? I did not want to be faced with isolation, anger, hatred, people accusing me. But the Lord wanted me to be a victim advocate, to speak up for the silent victims of violence. And you wonder why I'm so passionate with my writings and my stand for the victims of sexual assault. And as I stand here bearing this testimony, to let you know, there is no shame when you have a mental illness. You have to have I was grounded. The Lord helped me. I was grounded in His word, surrounded by the people of like-minded, people with compassion, sincere love for our victims of violence. And yet, every time I stepped out of my house, I live on a farm, so I'm pretty well isolated. You step out of that secure area, I am surrounded by landmines. Landmines waiting for me to step on them so that it can explode back in my face. Landmines of people who are angry at me for making this stand. Landmines in my own church. The looks, the body language. Victims of any violence can read you a mile away. We can see your sincerity or your fafolinga, but you cannot see the hell that we walk in, because we are quite good at looking normal. So every time when I think of my brothers, I have two brothers who are recovering PTSD. One focuses his energy in a botanical garden. The other one focuses his energy into the farm. I have two sons who are also recovering from PTSD, who served in Afghanistan. One focuses his energy in art, the other one into his community and his culture. There is life after dishonor, after violence. There is life, but there is no life after death. Suicide should never ever be an option. Although at one time in my career, in my life, I walked with suicide and didn't know it. I planned for the suicide and didn't know it. All I knew was I did not want to kill myself. I wanted someone else to do it. Many of us we believe we will never get our honor back, our dignity, our pride. We would be useless to the community. But I am standing before you as proof, despite all of that happened. In a few months, I will be 70, and yet I carried this all these years. The suicide could have happened then victory afterwards, continue with your life is valueless. Because you will constantly touch someone else's life. And because of my faith, it is I have made it this far. And so I'm also here to say, do not blow your nose at people who are here to help us. Who are taking care of us. I believe I visited the VA medical during lockdown 4 times. And that was, I was so desperate. It's a time you lose connection. Great victims. The biggest thing is your control. Sometimes when you run across someone that has that controlling spirit, it makes you back away. Don't back away so far that you fall back in the hole. Take a step back and keep that right here. That you can see I am a survivor of a violent crime. And all of our people are suffering with mental illness. All care providers, caregivers, as a fellow mother, fellow veteran,
Aloha Ipu. As many of you know, it's not easy to stand up here and tell a story, especially one as compelling as Ipu's story. Two of the things I noted is hopefully the changing of attitudes, mental health as a dirty word or as having negative connotations, and talking about trauma. Trauma is not something that is specific to the military. People often associate it with military service, but the base of post-traumatic stress disorder is trauma. And trauma can happen in any aspect of any life to anyone in the community. And so events like this help to elevate everybody's understanding. And we hope that there are people here in this crowd tonight or today that understand that. So thank you very much, Ibu, for that very, very powerful testimony. All right, we're at a point where we're going to take a break in the summit. After the break, we ask that everybody at 11:45, everybody's got a watch or a phone? Awesome. At 11:45, we're going to have 2 sessions. Session 1 is going to be here in the main multi-purpose conference or center. And it will be on domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and its impact on families and caregivers here in the main room. Session number 2 will be on treatment strategies for resilience and telehealth. And that will be in the conference room. Is dead outside these doors, and There is a corridor in the middle of the structure adjacent to here. You're going to follow that corridor to the end, take a right to the conference room. Okay, corridor and right conference room. Awesome. All right, so please figure out which breakout session you'll attend. 11:45, please show up in your room. Thank you so much.
Pili-pili awal ala umanatu Demoni ewa malangalatu Ileva masih untuk mata Kalau pai aniha Petangi maliana Kau kumi matangi Ala uasana Wangatale petua Oleh bangsa Siapa kepala Kau jiwai ia dia
I think that's the very first time
Leva itu rawi Tangi mayala Kau kumi matangi Kalau uasara Wangatale petua Eau oleh bangsa Manusia mapalesa Kau jiwai ia dia Manusia mapalesa Kau jiwai ia dia Telefia manatu Wale afia fiolea sona pua Napaile alanga Uatape ape baba Uatape ole kau ofe Uanga solo solo aho Ineula olo uapa ano Lelo toe wa momo Ukele kia manatu Wale afia fiolea songa pua Napaile ala
PTSD family. All right, everyone. It is almost 12 p.m. So we're going to ask everybody, please, in order to hear and engage in these presentations that we have for you, if you could please move to the front. I don't think we have enough mics to cover everybody, so it's better for you to be able to hear if you move up to the front tables, please. So I guess we'll call our breakout session number 1. And to introduce our people will be Mua Molinga from Department of Health.
Thank you. Good morning.
Okay. We want to thank everybody for participating in our breakout sessions. And so we have a few minutes left before we end the day one. And so we want to thank our co-facilitators, Michelle Ip, Caroline Fitisone, and Mua Molinga, as well as Shilpa Reddy and Robert Toilupe. So we want to invite up Adney Reed to report out on the breakout session number 1, which had to do with domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and the impact on families and caregivers. Adney. Who's reporting out? So I'm totally in the know here. Reporting out has been canceled. Everybody say yay. All right, so What we do have for you is President Reed on a short wrap up and then our closing prayer for the day.
Round of applause for our MC, everybody, for our MCs. It's usually, it's never an easy task because you have the MCs and then you have everybody else who does, or in Samoan we call everybody else who fight kongu. The ones who are controlling and telling MCs this is what we need to do. And so thank you MCs for adapting and being adjustable. But I realize that I'm in between you guys and all of us getting out of here. And so let me go ahead and try to wrap this up quickly. Our mental health summit today, thanks to Dr. McCutcheon and to all the partners that helped make this possible, have worked hours and hours to make only 4 hours of today work and then 4 hours of tomorrow. So what you see in the 4 hours, what you've seen today in 4 hours and what you're going to see tomorrow is a result of more than 20 hours of work. And that's typically how things like this work. Is there's a lot of coordination, there's a lot of time that's put into it, and a lot of thought that goes into what is going to be discussed. And so the question that was asked, hopefully in your guys' breakout session, and that was asked here, is what can we do or what do we need to talk about next year? Because that's how we decide and determine what's talked about today. And so when those questions are asked, it's not to be nice, it's actually to really hone in on what we feel as a territory and a community that we need. And so as we go through real quickly, we had a wonderful, powerful story from one of our veterans here on island. Grateful that she was able to share and that she was vulnerable enough to share it. So with that being said, hopefully for all of us here present, we'll cherish it and then also take care of that. What that means by take care of that is that we don't go outside and start what we call here in Samoa, olea, ifa, huh? So be careful with it, take care of it. She came here and was vulnerable to help elevate us, and we need to be careful how we talk about that after this. So, and then all of the other guys, thank you for your presentation on post-traumatic stress disorder, depression. Remember your accepts. And then also thank you, Dr. Shishram, for yours as well. Thank you for the statistics. And if I am missing anybody, blame the MCs. But thank you, everybody. We will do this again tomorrow, and we're going to go ahead and close this event with a prayer. Our Father in heaven, we come before thee this afternoon, once again with gratitude in our hearts. We are grateful for the knowledge that we have gained. We're grateful for the presenters that have presented. We're grateful for entrusting us with this very important work. We ask thee, Father, that as we go throughout our day and we go back to our families and to our destinations and our various destinations, that would help us to apply and implement the things that we've learned, that we may elevate ourselves to becoming instruments to those who may need our help. Father, we ask that thou would please protect us as we travel today, that we may travel safely. We love thee, and these things we ask for, and we do so in the sacred name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you.
You got
Thank
an
you.
idea.
All right, everybody. Thank you for attending the Mental Health Summit today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I'm not going to say anything, but tomorrow might be a steak lunch. So you're going to come back, right? Everybody, please remember to take your stuff with you. If you haven't registered, register before you leave. And before you leave, we're doing a group picture. So everybody, please report to the stage for the group picture. Yeah. Hi guys, group picture please. On stage, on stage. Sorry. Anybody have comments? Grab them. Tell them about the group picture. On stage.
Tuhani,